아, 네. 깨끗하게 잘 들리나요?
잘 들어와요.
그쪽 소리도 제가 한번 들어볼 수 있을까요? 마이크 한 번만 얘기해 주시면 될 것 같아요.
들려요? 들리시죠? 에이, 아하하. 테스팅 하나
잘
둘.
네.
들리시죠?
네, 잘 들립니다.
네. 안녕하세요. 영문 채널입니다. 영문 채널 마이크 테스트 중입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 영문 채널 마이크 테스트 중입니다. 영문 채널 하나, 둘, 셋. 영문 채널 마이크 테스트 중입니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 하나, 둘, 셋. 영문 채널 마이크 테스트 중입니다.
안 들려요? 그럼 다시 한번. Good afternoon. Thank you for participating. Good afternoon. Thank you for participating in the ISSM 2020 workshop. As we are operating the symposium online this year, after watching the workshop video, we have prepared an online live Q&A time with the speaker for you. First, I will explain shortly how the Q&A is operated. The workshop will be operated in Korean and English, and a simultaneous interpretation will be provided. Please click the Global Interpretation button on the right corner of your Zoom control panel and choose English. If you have a question or a wish to discuss with the speaker, please click Raise the Hand button under the Zoom If you have a question or wish to discuss with the speaker, please click Raise Hand button under the Zoom Participants button in the control panel. We kindly ask you keep your microphone muted until the speaker informs your name. After this, please ask your question and mute your microphone again. Second workshop will be held by Patricia Barciela Duran under the topic of Bites, an exhibition on nutrition and sustainable development goals. Please enjoy. 온서가 안 되어 있어요.
네, 안녕하세요. 지역사회에서의 박물관 교육.
Good morning. My name is Im Hari. I'm the chief curator of the Marine Science Museum in Tankut. I am very
First, I will explain shortly how the Q&A is operated.
에코가 심하세요.
이거 열렸어요? 요거 음소거. 이거는 음소거 해주시고.
에이 하하하 하하하하 하하하. 저는 보내고 있어요. 줌 메인 PC가 어떤 거예요? 요거죠?
이거예요.
이건
네.
음소거 하면 안 돼요. 네. 아까 저 노트북까지 같이 갈까요?
네.
공소하지 않고 얘를
이제 맞아요. 다시 한번.
얘는
네,
음소고 얘는 안
아니에요. Good afternoon. Thank you for participating in the ISSM 2020 workshop. As we are operating the symposium online this year, after watching the workshop video, we have prepared an online live Q&A with the speaker for you. First, I will explain shortly how the Q&A is operated. The workshop will be operated in Korean and English, and a simultaneous interpretation will be provided. If you still have not turned on the interpretation, please click the Global Interpretation button on the right corner of your Zoom control panel and choose English.
혹시 유튜브에서 줌에서 지금 한글이 안 되는 거예요?
근데 이게 코리안 맞나 이게? 얘가?
어제 얘가 코리안으로
유튜브에
아까 유튜브는 한글 영어가 다 들어왔는데 줌 지금 확인해서
유튜브 어떤 거 한글 그런 거?
If you have a question or wish to discuss with the speaker, please click the Raise Hand button under the Zoom Participants button in the control panel. We kindly ask you keep your microphone muted until the speaker informs your name. After this, please ask your question and mute your microphone again. Second workshop will be held by Patricia Barciela Duran under the topic of Bites, an exhibition on nutrition and the Sustainable Development Goals. Please enjoy.
예, 하겠습니다.
Good afternoon. My name is Im Hari and I am the chief curator.
네, 방금은 비디오로 하셨던 거죠? 아, 볼륨 차이가 너무 커가지고 네, 알겠습니다. 네.
To start the live Q&A. If you have any questions, please use Raise Hand button that can be found after clicking the participants in Zoom control panel and under the participants list. Please let me introduce you, Dr. Patricia Barciela Duran. Patricia, I will give you the lead.
선현 씨요. 네. 선현 씨가 그 오퍼레이터가 손 누가 들었는지 봐야 돼. 네.
여기서. 선현 씨 말해요? 아니, 저 안 들려가지고.
선현 씨안 들려요?
부장님 말씀하시는 게 안 들려요.
말을 안 하고 잠시만요.
아 맞아요.
아니 그러시죠.
여기
이거
이거 잠깐 봐줄까요?
제가 이거
네 여보세요. 네 안녕하세요. 종이도 있어요. 하객선 높은 종이도 많은데 일단은요. 네. 네 처음에 이렇게 드릴까요? 두 분은 아예 종이가 없어요. 혹시 종이가 10회로까지 조금만. 일단은 적어놔요? 네. 혹시 문자나 메일 받으실까요? 저희 선착순으로 진행하다 보니까
어떤 거요?
연강면을 따로 해주셔서 예수님이 있으셔서 네.
유튜브야? 아니 유튜브.
이어폰 안 켜도 되죠? 녹음 하면서.
이거 뭐 한국 영어. 소리 꺼버릴까? 그 소리를 네 오늘 꺼버리면 돼.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good morning, everyone. This is a festival for all the museum professionals across the world. This is the 10th International Symposium of Science Museums 2020, and we are now into our second day. My name is Koo Soo-jin. I'm the science communicator of the National Science Museum and the MC of this symposium.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning. I'm the online MC Koo Soo-jin for the International Symposium of Science Museums 2020, which is held in a hybrid format. This year marks the 10th ISSM, and due to COVID-19, we are hosting this symposium online to meet science museum professionals across the world. And yesterday, under the theme of science museums and centers with SDGs, we heard some meaningful lectures, and we also have some fulfilling programs ready today. And on our website, on online voting for the creative exhibition and creative communication will be held until 1 p.m. today. So please take a look at those videos, and if you happen to like one, press the heart button. Today's programs are broadcasted live through our website as well as the YouTube channel. If you have any questions during the sessions, please search for ISSM on KakaoTalk Open Chat Room and upload your questions. For those who are watching abroad, if you want to ask a question, go to the Zoom online meeting room where you can see the lectures and ask questions. Then now we'd like to begin the first session. This session is titled 30-Year Anniversary Special Session, and it will be moderated by Professor Jeon Ji-hyung, Graduate School of Science, Technology and Policy at KAIST. Professor Jeon, please go ahead.
카이스트 과학기술정책대학원의 전치영입니다.
Good morning. My name is Jeon Ji-hyun, Associate Professor of Graduate School of Science, Technology and Policy at KAIST, and I'm very happy to see you on the second day of the symposium. It has become difficult for us to gather at one place due to COVID-19. Nevertheless, I'm happy to see you in this hybrid format, and I am honored to moderate this special session that celebrates the 30th year of the National Science Museum moving to Daedeok. The three speakers of this session are really top researchers and top professionals in their field. So we will now begin the first session of the 30-year anniversary special session. The first speaker is Ms. Karina Trakavina, who is the coordinator at OECD. She coordinates the work on culture, creative industries, and local developments within the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions, and Cities. And the title of her presentation is Maximizing the Impact of Culture on Local Development, the OECD ICOM Guide for Local Governments, Communities, and Museums. Let's meet her through the video.
Hello, my name is Ekaterina Travkina. I'm a coordinator of the work on culture, creative industries, and local development at the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship, SMEs, Regions, and Cities. And I'm very honored to be part of this session of the International Symposium of Science Museums. I'm here to speak about the OECD ICOM Guide for Local Governments, Communities, and Museums. Before I do so, I wanted to share very briefly with you the note that we have just produced on the impact of the current crisis on cultural and creative sectors. And you may be quite interested to look at this note because we provide data on the impact on jobs and businesses across OECD regions. We also explain why we think the effects of this crisis will be quite long-lasting for a combination of factors. We also overview the different responses by national, local governments, the private sector, and the philanthropy. And we provide also ways of how governments can also capitalize on culture in the recovery. So please feel free to share this with your colleagues in the economic development and employment and inclusion ministries, because we also provide recommendations on how these government policies can be better adapted to the needs of the sector. And now let's have a look at this OECD ICOM guide for local governments, communities, and museums. Maybe before we dive into it, I just wanted to say a few words to explain why the OECD was suddenly interested in this topic. It's because we see that over the past decades, maybe 40, 50 years, the mission of museums has been changing quite dramatically. And of course, their traditional mission is to preserve and pass the heritage from past generations to the future. But we also see that museums are increasingly becoming agents of economic and social change in the territories where they are present. So for us, it was quite natural to look at this broader role, broader local development role of museums, and because we see that they are part of urban regeneration strategies, working hand in hand with many local governments. They are very active in inclusion and well-being, innovation, and many other things that are very important for local development. So, and this is close to the heart of ministries of employment, inclusion, regional development, economic development, so our natural partners in the government. So that was a bit the rationale behind us stepping into this very exciting field. And we also see that many local governments, but also private foundations and the museum community themselves, they are increasingly interested in how to capture this broader impacts beyond direct economic impact of museums on the territory. So we thought maybe it's good for us, it's a good time for us to step into this field. So this guide was launched last year in 2009 at the Kyoto ICOM General Conference. And so what this guide includes? We focus on 5 themes, 4 thematic chapters deal with the impact of museums on economic development, on urban regeneration, on education and inclusion, and the 5th one explains how to bring it all together. So for each of the theme, we try to explain the potential impacts, and then we come up with this kind of action principles for both the museum and the local government, because the principle is that it's a self-assessment guide, both for the museum community, but also for the local government, because local government has to be a very active actor to ensure that the different departments within local government, economic development, inclusion, and others, not just the cultural department, work in an integrated manner to help the museum and to work together with the museum to increase the impact. So that's the idea, that's the principle of the guide. Let's maybe start with this section on economic impact. So of course we all know that museums generate jobs, they bring in revenues through the visitors economy, tourists come and spend their money, and this can be quite important. For example, a few years ago in 2017, the American Alliance of Museums quantified that 12 billion US dollars were raised in taxes. So that's quite a significant amount. What's maybe also interesting is that the contribution of museums to innovation, and that of course requires a bit longer time to be seen, but it's also quite an impactful way to contribute to local development. And this comes from partnerships between museums, local entrepreneurs, businesses, and higher educational and research institutions. So here you can see the kind of actions we propose for local government and museums. And of course, it's about having an integrated tourism strategy, thinking about transportation links, thinking maybe about a guest card that combines transport and entry to museums and things like that, and also suggestions on how to better link up with the business community, with the research community on the territory. And here maybe I can just give you one small example. We've seen that in Trento, in Muse, the Trento Science Museum, they were the first one to create a fab lab, a fabrication laboratory in the whole region. So they were already offering this kind of service to the business entrepreneurs and to the region. So that's a very good innovation example for you. Let's maybe now have a look at the role of museums in urban regeneration. And of course, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind when we speak about this is maybe the Sydney Opera House or the Pompidou Center in Paris, or Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao. And these were, of course, very successful and highbrow, maybe territorial branding examples. But now it's quite a widespread thing in many OECD and non-OECD countries, obviously. And many local governments try to focus more on the local development aspect of this, so creating cultural creative districts around the museum where artists, designers can live and work and produce things. And they do this through different arrangements, affording housing requirements, subsidized rents for workshop spaces for artists, aligning innovation and startup support to the need of creative firms, thinking about how to counter the effects of gentrification and things like that. So here you can see a number of options that the local governments and museums can take to increase the impact on urban regeneration. So now maybe let's move into the impact on education and creativity. It's a natural area where museums have always been present and very active. But now maybe we see that this mission is becoming even more broad and more complex because we move from education to also lifelong learning and not only, of course, focusing on native population, but also on migrants and also on marginalized communities. And here, one of the important things is that, well, of course, local governments need to recognize this broader role of museums in education and training. And when one says recognize, one means also providing access to funding for educational and social projects. So that's quite an important step. And of course, supporting cooperation with all sorts of different educational institutions or beyond schools, maybe vet schools, also universities, etc. And similarly, also for museums, broadening up their partnerships with the educational world of their territory. If we look into this role of museums as spaces for inclusion, health and well-being, maybe now it's much easier to explain this dimension because during the COVID lockdown periods, we all saw how important access to culture is for our mental health and well-being, and it was tremendous to see all this bold, courageous, inspiring innovations coming from the world of museums, opening for free their collections in a very inspiring and generous way. And here, so I think there is an increased attention to really the role of museums and in culture more broadly in helping with mental health and well-being. So, and here we can think also about initiatives that were already present for quite a number of years in many museums when they were working with schools on young children who were dropping out of schools, or with prisons sometimes for the rehabilitation of ex-offenders and so on, or maybe with some job centers to increase self-confidence of people so that their skills for employability are also increased. And this, of course, doesn't mean that museums are hospitals or job centers or prisons, but rather that they can meaningfully work and partner with these institutions for much increased impacts. So, and again, we sketch what local governments and what museums can be doing in this area. And importantly, in this part of the guide, we also speak quite a lot about how to evaluate this kind of programs. Of course, they are not very easily. It's not a very easy task, but there are several tips in the guide on that. So then, in the final chapter, of course, we try to bring this all together. And we try to underline that the museums can see themselves as agents of economic and social change, and also local governments should recognize them as such and help mobilize the different resources, financial, land, human, etc., to enable museums to play this broader role. And importantly, of course, we speak about access to different fundings. So as I was mentioning, maybe employment programs or inclusion or social programs, etc. And importantly, setting up the right evaluation frameworks. So just counting the number of tickets is maybe not anymore enough for good evaluation. And new evaluation frameworks should be set up to capture this broader role of museums that they can have on local development. And importantly, many local governments, of course, provide budget for a year, and this is typical for many OECD countries. 1 year obviously is not enough for this longer term local development impact. So this is another argument maybe to seek for longer term budget horizons also for museums, so that they can really unfold these new missions. So maybe I can also say a few words about how to use this guide. As I was saying, it's quite a practical tool. It's a self-assessment thing. So when you scroll and go through the guide, you'll see at the end this checklist, which can be used by the museum, the local government, all of them together, to see where they are, to evaluate what they do, and maybe to sketch a way forward. And we also obviously provide a lot of examples of places that were successful in doing different things. So very practical tool, self-assessment, you can do it by your own. You can also reach out to us or to ICOM if you want us to provide like a full-fledged assessment. And of course, please feel free to send us examples of different projects that you are doing on these different aspects: economic development, urban regeneration, inclusion, education, etc. So we are always interested in learning more and disseminating the good practices across. And so what we are trying to do now, of course, we are very eager to continue to promote and disseminate the guide. And it's being translated in quite a number of languages. So if you're interested, we would be also happy to translate it in even more languages. We continue to do these reviews on museums and local development using this guide. And we are now discussing with ICOM on how to set up a school, a winter school on museums and local development to really work to bring together, this local government people and the museum community around these themes and these areas of work. So with that, I think I thank you very much, and here are my coordinates and our webpage. So I'll be very happy to receive any questions, and thank you.
Thank you. That was Ekaterina Travkina. Thank you very much. So that was a presentation under the topic of the OECD ICOM Guide for Local Governments, Communities, and Museums. Thank you very much for the detailed explanation. And now we will move on to the second presentation to be delivered by Mr. Konrad Otto Zimmermann, who is the creative director of the Urban Idea in Germany. And now, this creative studio produces innovative participatory social learning projects. And now here is Mr. Otto Zimmermann.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to address you at this important symposium and to share my observations and ideas concerning science museums, science centers, theme parks, and similar institutions. Let me first of all share observations regarding the mandates, the functions, the purposes of such institutions, and also the formats. Looking at the mandates and the experiential dimensions that these institutions are applying, then usually exhibitions can be of many types and can reach from just business exhibitions to exhibitions that educate the wider public. Theme centers focus on a certain theme and are meant to inform people about a certain area, like ecological building and construction. Showrooms, road shows, and trade shows are located in the business sector and usually a little bit narrow in terms of the way how the messages, the products, the brands, and so on are communicated. Science museums and science centers are here located on top because they are usually designed to educate the wider public, and there is a tendency that they go from mere exhibition type of presentations that speak to the minds and are for cognitive learning, to speaking to all senses and to also allow emotional learning. Then there are theme parks that are more and more designed to actually educate, not only for people to amuse themselves, to spend leisure time, but also to learn about certain things. And of course, then there are the leisure-only amusement parks aside from this. Why am I telling this? The functions of science museums and centers are traditionally to impart of basics of science, like physics, chemistry, biology, earth science, and astronomy, with examples of talking about gravity or water vapor pressure. They also facilitate the comprehension of natural phenomena, like electricity or what is weather. They explain the technological application of scientific findings, like the steam engine or semiconductors. Then they demonstrate the industrial applications of technology, like convenience food or robots. Many of the science centers are explaining the latest research and development and give an outlook on future technologies. Artificial intelligence or warfare from space may serve as examples. More and more, these institutions are raising awareness of the impacts of industrial civilization. And they talk about climate change or diseases of civilization. And where we need to go is to show approaches to solutions and to prepare people for change that needs to happen in order to save the planet. Carbon tax or changing the mobility behavior may serve as examples. So the purposes of science museums and centers, as I see them, are traditionally to keep the national scientific heritage and to talk about and to communicate the history of technology and of industry, and to educate the public in science and technology. But more and more, as I said, these museums and centers provide integrated interactive learning experiences through storytelling, experiments that they offer, experiences, discovery. And on the other side, there are amusements or theme parks that are just for people to spend leisure time and to have fun and to have experiences and adventures. But more and more, these amusement parks are going into the direction of theme parks, and theme parks into the direction of science centers, in that they provide learning opportunities, learning about nature and technology. So I see a convergence zone between the two. It's worlds of experience that are engaging the minds and the senses and combine rational and emotional learning opportunities. When we talk about which science are we meaning when we talk about science museums and science centers, then there are different fields of science, such as humanities, social sciences, natural sciences, formal sciences, and applied sciences. But when I see it correctly, science museums and science centers are basically talking about natural science. And this is only part of science. We need to be aware of this, because when we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals and sustainable development, we cannot cut off natural sciences from social sciences and others. And if I may share one observation, many science museums are in fact industrial technology museums, in that they are not so much talking about science, but about technology. Is this all too narrow to address sustainability in the meaning of the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations? Let me share some observations regarding the methods, the formats, and attractions that these institutions provide. There is a wide methodological arsenal of science museums and centers. I mean, traditionally, the wall charts, the true-sized exhibits, but also models, interactive exhibits. There are experience stations where you can actually physically and with all the senses experience something. There are labs where you can do experiments. There are educational demonstrations, and many of these institutions provide guided tours, shows, films, virtual reality tours, even dramas, and of course lecture programs with talks. And the technological applications that are being used in science museums, science centers, and theme parks are getting wider and more. Virtual reality, augmented reality, artificial intelligence, facial and voice recognition. There are robot characters and advanced animatronics, and very innovative show, effect, and ride system technologies applied. And of course, mobile apps are being provided that deepen, extend, enrich, streamline, and gamify or personalize the theme park experience. And like in many museums, these institutions offer birthday parties, corporate events, team building events, sound and light spectacles, and of course maintain a souvenir shop. All of this, of course, also in order to generate revenues. So let me now come to my observations regarding the architecture, the appearance, and the appeal of these institutions. A lot of different science centers exist in the world, around the world, but let me just give 3 examples. The Cité de Sciences in Paris is one of the larger science museums in the world. And if I could quickly describe the appearance, it's solid, it's technical, has a very mechanical look like many other science center architectures. Yet it's somewhat light and spacey and is transparent and is inviting daylight. One of the newest science centers is Experimenta in Heilbronn in Germany. And you can actually see the impression is dark but shiny. It's edged, yet but playfully stacked. The entrance is dark and not really inviting. And the interior captures daylight, which is of course quite positive. But then the latest development in Germany, the Futurium in Berlin, it's just very, very dark. The shape is resembling a tourmaline crystal, dark glass, concrete, hard and angular. It's somewhat monumentalistic, and any symbol of living nature is missing. The entrance is like a slot below the block for visitors to creep in like an insect. In the inside atmosphere, I have perceived it as gloomy and somber. And my resulting questions are, is this how the makers of modern science museums perceive science and technology, dark and gloomy? Is this the image of the future that the makers of science museums want to convey to children and youth? This is nature, and science decodes nature. And science museums present nature. How could architecture express this? Like this? Could this express a rather male concept of science and technology? Do we have a problem here? Do we want people to dread science? Or do we want to acquaint them with science in a positive way? So how do we communicate the SDGs in these science museums and science centers? The issues. The SDGs are many, 17. They are hard to remember. The SDGs are complex. They cover all critical areas of human needs. The SDGs can be communicated theoretically, but this addresses just the human intellect. And this won't spark visitors' readiness to change attitudes and behavior. Therefore, to achieve this, we should probably not focus on sustainable development goal by goal, but focus on a single common concern at a time, and then from there draw the links to the goals. We should combine cognitive with emotional learning and combine explanations with experience. Let me give an example. The common concern is mobility in our town. All of us wish to be mobile. for education, for work, for visits, for recreation. Our mobility must meet sustainability goals, but 7 SDGs are affected, not just 1. How do we move from today's unsustainable transport to sustainable mobility? We need to change. We need to reduce the forced mobility by shortening the ways, probably from housing to working areas and so on. We need to shift from private car to eco-mobility and promote walking, cycling, public transport. We need to use human-sized vehicles that are laid out for urban speed rather than oversized vehicles. We need to use carbon-neutral technologies and share vehicles and rides. So this is an integrated concept. And what are now the learning paths to communicate this? There is a cognitive learning path via curiosity or interest that brings somebody to visit a museum. They view, they read, they learn. Their awareness is increased. They understand, they appreciate what they have come to understand. And this may motivate them to change their behavior. And the emotional learning path is via fun, to just have fun, then to have experience and to enjoy the experience, then to develop a desire for change, and this also motivates for behavior change. So I am thinking we should combine this, and giving mobility as an example, create a campus for sustainable mobility culture, which combines elements of amusement parks with games, rides, fun, with racing tracks where one can just race or cruise, with parades to present vehicles, elements of trade shows where products are being shown, or showrooms, elements of exhibitions where thematic presentations are being offered, and elements of traditional science museums, science centers for interactive infotainment. So it means the amalgamation of various formats and features into one world of adventure. How could this look like? This is a project we are developing at this moment. It's a campus for sustainable mobility, which has 4 components: an exhibition, a vehicle experience tracks, actions and animation, and an academy for learning. And this deploys the entire arsenal of methods that I have shown above. So the experience park could look like this. People could actually familiarize themselves with all types of human-sized vehicles so that they understand they can move around in the city without using the car. This is how the exhibition could look inside. This is a project where we have made a concept and a business plan, and we are now looking for the best location. Just an example for a new type of converged institution that combines the features of science museums, science centers, and amusement and theme parks. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 콘라드
Thank you very much. So that was the presentation by Mr. Konrad Otto Zimmermann. And now the next presenter is Chairperson of ICOM Korea, In Kyung Chang. Now she is specially connected to Zoom, so now we shall meet her live. So now here is Chairperson Chang. Good morning. Hello. Do you see me? Yes, I do. Yes. All right. Thank you. So shall I begin? Thank you. If you could start with your screen share. So I guess you could try again now. All right, thank you very much, Professor. I shall begin now. So first of all, I would like to thank the director Yugo Ki of the National Science Museum of Korea, as well as all the organizers. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I must say that it is a great pleasure and honor for me to be presenting at this important symposium on behalf of ICOM Korea. Now, I understand that this year marks the 30th anniversary of the National Museum of Korea, the National Science Museum of Korea being relocated to Daedeok. And now today, the topic requested from me was about the cities, local communities, science museum, and SDG 11. In other words, what the science museums and science centers can do to help advance the SDG 11. Now, I'm sure that this was discussed at length yesterday, but let me just once again emphasize, especially about the SDG 2030. And now this is based on our recognition of the limited resources of the Earth. And now sustainability, this was first mentioned in the Brundtland report. And also sustainable development means that this is the kind of development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So this first came up in the Brundtland report in 1987. Now this is a concept that is agreed on by the global society today. And then now related to, let's say, women and children, the environment. So now there was also the Agenda 21 that was adopted afterwards to further our work in the areas of the vulnerable. This was followed by the Millennium Development Goals and then the Sustainable Development Goals, so that no one will be subject to discrimination for their gender or origin. So with the unanimous decision of all the members at the General Assembly in 2015, the SDGs were adopted. And now the concept of sustainability is well expressed in Leave No One Behind. Now in Korea as well, we have also come up with the SDG committee and also established the special law on the SDG, laying the legal framework to implement SDGs in Korea as well. Then also since the Chile Santiago announcement for the museums and science centers, now we are also talking about the inclusive museum or museums and human rights. So we see that there are also growing expectations of sustainability among the museums as well. So this is also well represented in the 2015 UNESCO recommendation concerning the protection and promotion of museums and collections. On one hand, it is an important member of the community that also drives revenue for the city, but also it is an important entity that also needs to work toward the sustainability of the community. And also together with the development of ICT, presents new opportunities for the museums which shall be taken advantage of actively. Now, ICOM, now as was mentioned by Ekaterina earlier, now in the resolution last year in Kyoto, it also mentioned that the museums can be an important tool to achieve the SDGs by 2030. And the museums can work together and should work together with other entities in the community to further the creative development of the community. So now then, it is the science centers and the science museums that are at the leadership among the museums in trying to meet the SDGs. Because the SDGs are also highly related to the science museums because it also has a lot to do with climate change and also reduction of carbon emission. And that is why many of the science museums have already been dealing with related topics. For example, on the day of on the International Day of Science Museums, now I understand that many of the science museums are hosting exhibits that are related to SDGs. And also, Under the topic of science is human right, many science museums are also trying to promote human rights as part of their mission. Now then, we can also think about what direct correlation there can be between science museums and the SDGs, and I would say that it is SDG 11, which is making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. As you would know, about half of the global population, 3.5 billion, are living in urban areas, and by 2030, they say that 60% of the global population will be living in cities. This means that the cities also take up, well, cities take up only about 3% of the entire territory of the world, but it takes up 30% of the energy consumption and also 70% of the carbon consumption and carbon emission, and it is having the worst impact on environmental degradation. So the cities with infrastructure and jobs, people keep flowing in, and the cities continue to expand. But also inside the cities, there is the issues of poverty, crimes, and unemployment, and spatial shortage, water shortage, pollution, and environmental degradation. So uncomfortable truths. So the cities that have everything, but as we can see this year, there are also the natural disasters. For example, typhoons and floods, and once we have a power outage, then it could crumble the very essence of a city. And they say that the COVID-19 is also partly spreading very widely because of the density in the urban areas. So this means that the cities are also quite vulnerable to natural disasters as well as pandemic. Now then, given that the science museums are already doing a lot, then we also have to think about what we can do further in order to link these efforts to meeting SDG goals. Now, first is getting started with the SDG as the local agenda. So first we have to review the exhibits and the programs of the museums and then think about what are related to SDG 11 and also try to make improvement. And if necessary, then even if we are dealing with related issues, still you can also provide a more innovative narrative to make sure that they are wrapped in fresh ideas. And in order to do that, then we also have to listen to the voices and views of the citizens and the visitors. And this means that we also have to have more close communication with the citizens and also try to better understand their interests as well as their expertise. And at the same time, the museums can work together with the stakeholders, for example, universities and the research institutes, in order to reflect better the diversity of views. And also the demographic census and the statistics regarding the community. So we can also make use of the available data in order to better understand the strengths and advantages that we can utilize. And in the process of all this, we also need to make sure that we have good leadership at the museums as well as the integrated governance. And what you are seeing on the photo is in Italy. And this is about a program that was conducted by the museum to gauge the understanding of these visitors regarding the SDG. So by throwing unstructured questions, they were able to better understand people's perceptions about SDG and also utilize this information to better design more creative and innovative programs. And now once we have such understanding, then it can also lead to the implementing tools. Now, of course, it is not going to be easy to have all the implementation tools right away, but then we would have to have a longer-term perspective and also an action plan and also come up with some measures that would provide the tool to evaluate the outcome as well. And of course, all these rules and all the plans have to be integrated. And if necessary, we would also have to restructure the organization as well. What is more important is that this decision has to be based on the consensus with the citizens, including all the other stakeholders as well, so that we will also be able to win the approval of the community. And also to implement the action plan, if we need to empower the employees of the museum further, then we also need to provide them with more training and education. And if we are to provide such education and training to the employees as well as the visitors, then we also need to make sure that they will be inclusive as possible so that it will leave no one behind. So we also need to create the kind of cultural openness that will leave no one behind, and then that will also revamp the culture and mindset inside and outside of the museum. Combining the digital and the ICT in the museums, now that is being done quite well, but then we also have to think about how we can better utilize the digital technology for the sake of communication. Especially as we undergo the pandemic, we can see that just basing our communication on offline method is not going to work because there are also changes in the human behavior as well. Now, of course, it is not easy to predict the future, but then now even after COVID-19 is gone, we can now see that the existing offline mechanisms of communication or education will be less efficient. So we also have to remain open to such new possibilities. And also we need to have a monitoring capabilities to make sure that the SDG 11 is on track. And again, I would say that it is one important goal of the SDG 11, and that is to make sure that no one is left behind. And to make sure that that is done, then we also have to come up with the right kind of indicators and also more detailed indicators. At first glance, it sounds difficult, but then we also have to include all the different factors, for example, gender and the place of location or age and so forth, and then collect the statistics based on the different factors. And also such information should be shared with the community as well as the local governments and the institutions to make sure that that can also be incorporated back into the action plan. Then we can come up with a responsible action plan that can be implemented by the community together. So the action plan should be shared with the community, and also the positive outcome should also be shared as well so that we can continue to muster the cooperation among the stakeholders in the community led by the Science Museum. The UN SDG 2030 can be an opportunity for science museums. This will be an opportunity for us to draw out the cooperation among the stakeholders in the community. Now, yes, there is the icon, the OECD icon guidance, as was explained by Ekaterina, so I hope that you can also refer to that, and thank you very much for your attention.
So that was a presentation by Chairman Chung. So this was the anniversary special session for 30 years in Daedeok, and the three presenters have given their lectures in relationship with that theme. And now we will have a live Q&A with these three speakers. For those of you who are watching this overseas, please participate in the Q&A via Zoom, and for those in Korea, via the Kakao open chat room. Ask your questions through there. So there is one question.
Now, this is a question to Ekaterina. Now, it is highly interesting that the OECD sees science centers as the platform for regional innovation. So we do realize that there has to be solidarity between the science centers and the locality, but then to be the hub of innovation, again, is highly impressive. Now then, in the case of Korea, there's a lot of urban regeneration projects underway. Now then, related to the science centers, any other good cases of such urban regeneration that OECD understands?
Thank you for the question, and thank you so much also for having me with you for this session and this symposium. So one of the examples that also I mentioned in the presentation is, of course, this science museum in Trento in the north of Italy, where they have created a fabrication laboratory which serves the whole territory, and this is the first fabrication laboratory in the whole region. So that's quite a good innovation example for you. Maybe to think more about urban regeneration aspects, well, let me think about another example. Well, of course, in Paris, quite a number of museums, science museums, they have the same kind of infrastructure that, and they work with the business community there. But it's a bit difficult to see whether this is really contributing, well, this part of the activity is really contributing to urban regeneration somehow. Maybe let me think a bit more, and maybe I'll come up with another couple of examples. But I was also listening attentively to Conrad's presentation, and maybe he also have some tips on in this field as well. But let me think a bit more about this.
혹시 그럼 오토 진마만 선생님께서
So, Mr. Zimmerman, would you like to add to that?
I believe that a future field for science museums and science centers could be actually an outreach to the community in a double sense. On the one hand, to actually address the issues that people have in their living environments in the cities and relate them to the SDG. And on the other hand, to use the town space around the museum, the neighborhoods around the museum, to maybe have experimental areas there where the citizens can be part of an experiment. They can live their daily lives, but at the same time demonstrate maybe a mobility future or a future with a rehabilitated housing area, so that the city itself could become a demonstration place and not just a museum itself behind its walls or fences.
네, 답변 감사합니다.
Thank you for your answer. Next question is also for Mr. Zimmerman. So eco-mobility city seems like a very interesting topic, and it's worth trying. It's an interesting idea worth trying by the science museums. In the case of Korea, these mobilities are in active operation, but when they are combined with existing transportation system, a lot of issues arise, like parking and disturbing the path of other cars and so on. So what are some of those small steps to begin your innovative idea?
We have to think big and to act big, and maybe create spaces, neighborhoods, and even entire towns that are model towns where we could actually demonstrate how the mobility of the future could look like. So then we cannot start from today and just keep, for example, the automobile traffic as it is and feed in some smaller elements. I think we need to think bold and create demonstration places that really make a leap into the future, into the year 2050, 2080. I would like to remind people of the Ecomobility World Festival that took place in the city of Suwon in Korea and subsequently in Johannesburg, South Africa, and in Kaohsiung on Taiwan, where one neighborhood removed all the cars from the area for 1 full month, and the residents played an eco-mobile lifestyle using all the alternative vehicles. So that was a great experience, not only for the neighborhood, but for the world to come and see how this could look like. I could imagine that science centers could actually also work with the local community, with the local government of the city in which they are located, in order to stage such demonstration projects that just convert a part of the city into a city of the future for a temporary period of time.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you for that answer. Chairman Chang, would you like to add to that, maybe in relation to science museums, mobility, and so on?
Well, then rather than mobility itself, perhaps regarding biodiversity, I would say that even a very small science center can play a role, as I have seen an example. So in the Philippines, Negros Island, there is in an almost a slum area, there is a small children's museum, and that's where the children participate in managing the collection. They also plan exhibits and also they execute the exhibits as well. Now, because it's a poverty-ridden area, so the education level is low, so the parents are not even aware of the museum. But then now through the children that they learn that they should not throw away garbage, that they should not throw away garbage into the sea. So I could see how a small museum was making actual changes in the community. So I could see that even a small science museum can be an important catalyst in changing the direction and changing the path. And that is the kind of role that we must play. We can and we must. And also another example in a country in Africa, for example, because they do not have such enough infrastructure, so whatever voice that a museum raises, then I can see that it has a big impact on the people, ranging in the issues from HIV or others, but I can see that they do have a big voice in the community. And one thing that I did not mention earlier in my presentation, now the National Museum of Science, now this is in the city of Daejeon, and in the city of Daejeon, I understand that now they have a vice minister of science in that city, so that's remarkable. So, well, I would say that Daejeon is an exceptional case, but still the fact that the city values science so much that it is now incorporated into the city's governance in the form of a vice mayor. I believe that that is very important. And of course, the National Science Museum of Korea, it is a national institution, but then the fact that I believe that this also is a very good example of how the museum can have good collaboration with the local government. And then now I would like to also go back to Ekaterina to get more comments from you. So now then, regarding the urban mobility experiments, do you have any comments regarding the Science Museum's role for such mobility experiments? And then also, as Chair Chang has mentioned, for example, the city of Daejeon is now valuing science governance. They have a vice mayor of science. So now then, how do you believe that the local government can work together with science museums?
Maybe I'll start with the first one. Well, maybe we should not forget that in fact museums they are offering this. Well, of course it's a public space, but also it's a neutral, welcoming, comfortable space for the community to debate things, and also for local governments, well, in a way to use to shape the new policies and the new strategies. Because, well, and we should not forget that museums are one of the most trusted institutions. They were so in the past, but they're even more so in this era of fake news, etc. So this is, that's maybe also links with what Ms. Chang was just saying, because they are really the platforms that can promote these pro-social behaviors or behavioral change as well. They are very well positioned to do so. And I guess in many countries, local governments do recognize these roles of this very complex and varied roles that museums can play in changing social and personal behaviors. Well, in terms of mobility, I'm afraid I'm not sure I can really come up with a good answer here, because we haven't really focused so much on this complex agenda. So maybe I'll leave it to other speakers here.
네, 고맙습니다.
Mr. Zimmerman, I'd like to ask you a question. So at the end of your presentation, you talked about like new concept of facility that is in plan right now, and that you are at the stage of finding the best location for that. So what place would be the fitting location for your new plan? What are some of the conditions or standards?
I mentioned that this campus for sustainable mobility would have 4 elements, and one of the exhibition. So we need an exhibition hall or a set of smaller halls so that interactive exhibitions can be accommodated. Secondly, as I mentioned and highlighted, the importance of experience that people gain. This work experience would require outside space, outdoor space, different test tracks where people can try the various vehicles. So in our calculation, we would possibly need up to 1 hectare outdoor space. It could also be smaller. Of course, everything could be also scaled down, but this would be the optimum. And so it's quite a thing, and it could not be attached to any science museum, because when I did some research about science museums and centers in the world, then I saw many of them, just embedded in an urban setting without too much space around. But this is possibly answering your question.
그러면 베를린 같은 대도시보다는
Then rather than a big city like Berlin, you prefer vicinities of smaller cities, perhaps?
I think it could be a smaller city. We have examples in the area of more amusement parks or recreation parks that are located far outside of any city, and still people go there in masses. Hundreds of thousands of people are visiting them just because they are attractive. So I could imagine it could be in a smaller or mid-sized city, but what would be of advantage, because it would be the world's first establishment like this, of this type, it would be good if it would not be too far outside of where people are living and where the market is. So maybe at a place that can be easily reached within 1 or 2 hours by people from the big cities or metropolises. So it could be outside, it could be in a small town, but not outside of the world in a way.
네, 고맙습니다.
Thank you for that answer.
Now another question to Ekaterina. Now you talked about the ICOM museum guide, and now compared to other types of museums, now specifically for science centers, then anything that they should consider specifically? Now, for example, the nature of science museums, now how they can be considered for like regional collaboration or regional sustainability as differently from other museums.
Couple of points here, just maybe first to echo what Konrad was saying. Yes, I do agree that, of course, it makes sense for to locate this activities rather closer to the to where the audience is, no? But we also saw that how museums can really reach out to rural areas or to depopulated areas, and there are plenty of how-tos there, and it's about maybe creating some kind of networks of between large cultural institutions and small cultural institutions, even local libraries out there somewhere in the mountain villages, or creating so that they can create joint programs like winter or summer festivals, and when they bring much more activities to this remote locations. So yes, for the staying close with a big audience, but also there are multiple ways of how to connect with smaller places. Then on the question for the yes, of course. The science museums are extremely interesting because, of course, many of them, they were already in the past, so they were storing in a way they were working with local entrepreneurs and, of course, local scientists but some of them were already storing the prototypes of products of local entrepreneurs. So there were already these storages of entrepreneurial past of the know-how of the area. So maybe this is one of the roles that is a bit different from art or heritage museums here, and very well connected with the economic life in the past, but also can inspire a lot of new designs and new products for the future and for the present.
네, 고맙습니다. 장인경 위원장님도 혹시
All right, thank you very much. And also now the same question to Chairperson Chang. So any differences between the science centers and the other types of museums, especially when it comes to the SDGs? Well, I would say that I probably also touched upon this in my presentation, but then now most of the SDGs are based on science, right? So now, of course, people's behavior is called culture, but anyway, so basically, the science centers are really in a very good position, especially the larger institutions, that they are in a very good position to tie all these SDGs together, and that is what they're doing already. So, for example, exhibits and so forth. But then I think what is important is how to untangle them and then also to link them together. In other words, now the science centers are doing this already, but then how are we now going to link them to the SDGs and then send a new message and send a new narrative to the people, which is not as easy as it sounds, because now, of course, the museums now, they were also only interpreting our society from archaeological point of view or anthropological point of view, but then now all of a sudden now we are talking about AI and ICT, and then now if we are to link them together all of a sudden, then how are we going to interpret the role of the museums, and also what are they going to do to also deliver information about AI and ICT? Because so now then for the science centers, they're highly associated with the more advanced tech. So people tend to believe that they are more, let's say, advanced in terms of technology than other types of museum. But then now when we think about what goes on at the science centers, then I would say that having a better communication would be important, and also tying them together again would be important. In other words, having a new narrative. And then let's say in science centers we have something like the space hall, but then when we just say space hall, I mean, it doesn't move you. So we also have to perhaps link this to climate change. So I would say that that is a new challenge upon all of us.
Thank you. I believe it's almost now time for us to wrap up. Perhaps we could give a minute each to each speaker to make their closing comment. Mr. Zimmerman, if you could go first, and then Yekaterina next, and then Chairman Chang. So can you give us your concluding remark?
Thank you. I'm certainly very impressed by what I have heard also yesterday at this conference, and also what I have heard from my fellow panelists now. I think science centers are ideally positioned and excellently positioned to be the educators, trust educators, particularly concerning the link between what we have come to know, what the global necessity is in terms of climate change, biodiversity loss, and so on, and what people should do in terms of changing their behavior. I think the transmission belt between these two issues, that's the science centers in the modern understanding that I have heard from coming through all the presentations yesterday and today. So I'm quite confident that science centers and science museums have a central role to play and should be much more supported by the governments. As it was already mentioned, they are really trusted places of education. And that's of high value in these times of fake news and other things. Thank you.
네, 고맙습니다. 트래비키나 선생님.
Thank you, Ekaterina.
If I may, yes, I do agree, of course, that there is this enormous mission and this fantastic role that the science museums are playing and can play related to SDGs, related to behavioral change, rebuilding trust, etc. But maybe what's needed is not so much for the world of museums to acknowledge this, because it's all pretty obvious, and maybe even not so much for the audience, for the public to know about this, because it's also quite an obvious thing. But maybe it's a matter of better communicating this to the local governments, because indeed a lot of local governments across the world, they see museums as storage places and maybe with some fun and edutainment function, but it's much more complex and a useful role that museums can play in these different aspects from SDGs, behavioral change, etc. So it's maybe about devising a very strong communication strategy with the local government and partnering with the local government to amplify this role, I guess.
네, 감사합니다. 마지막으로
Alright, thank you very much. And last but not least, Chairperson Chang. Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. Yes, museums or science centers. I think the boundary is becoming less and less clear. But of course, that does not mean that the themes that they are dealing with are changing or their collections are changing. But I think it's becoming more about the kind of values that we deliver. In the past, we talked about the collections that we have, but now we're talking more about the values that we espouse and that we want to communicate. So just like the case of the SDGs, what kind of values we have is important. So for example, to have a prosperous society for all, where no one is left behind, to create a healthier and more peaceful world. So I believe it comes down more to communicating of the values. Because of this, now we are striking out partnerships that we hadn't thought about before, and we also have to think out of the box. And even internally, we also have to think back to our values and also innovate our mindset. Now, I have been to a number of symposiums, but then now for this symposium particularly, hosted by the National Museum of Science of Korea, it's highly encouraging that you are having this conference with such innovative topics. So thank you very much.
Thank you. The three speakers, despite the differences in their time zone, have engaged in active participation. So thank you so much once again for taking part in the special session. And we will now conclude the session. Thank you for listening.
네, 감사합니다. 이제 잠시
Thank you very much. We will make some arrangements here on the site and later continue part 2 of the special session. If you could wait just a moment, we will begin the session shortly. We will see you in a while.
All right, everyone, thank you very much for your patience. And now we will be beginning special session 2 on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the relocation to Daedeok, Innopolis. Now, in this part 2, we will be discussing the history and value of the National Science Museum of Korea, and we'll also have the role of the Science Center in the Daedeok, Innopolis to represent.
Since I've worked at the National Science Museum, yet I am honored to be able to speak in front of you in this symposium. I have a lot of senior colleagues as well as museum professionals with me, and compared to them, I don't have a vast amount of knowledge, and yet I am the speaker. I guess this is a sort of a tacit pressure for me that I should study more about science museums going forward. So I'm still at my learning stage. So if there are any shortcomings in my presentation, I ask for your understanding. And I had to quickly draw up the materials for my presentation. So I only gave my presentation material to the panel discussants this morning. So I apologize for that. Now I'd like to begin my presentation with the title of the beginning and historical value of National Science Museum. So this is divided into 6 chapters, and they are centered on some monumental periods of the National Science Museum, which I'm going to call NSM from now on. So I'm going to tell you about the changes that NSM has gone through historically. So the reason why I chose this topic for my presentation is because there is a book that is published to commemorate the 30th year of the NSM moving to Daedeok, and the title of the publication is The Bridge Where People Meet Science. And when we were publishing this book, one of the things that were heatedly debated within the museum is how are we going to define the origin of the NSM, or the beginning of the NSM? So throughout its history, the NSM has undergone various names and various systems. So for example, when Korea was under Japanese colonization, the Science Museum was established under the name as Unsa Memorial Science Hall, and then after liberation, it was established under the name of the National Museum of Science, and then after it was destroyed, it has become the NSM that you know today back in the 1990s. Then among all these predecessors of the NSM, which one truly marks the beginning of the National Science Museum in Korea? I'd like to discuss that. The focus of my research is not just about the creation of a physical space that is called the Science Museum, but I would like to also consider both historical and social background through which the Science Museum came into life and the changes that it underwent. And I'm going to also briefly explain how the Science Museum should change itself, or what direction it should go to in face of the changes that are occurring today. So first, let me talk about the Unsa Memorial Science Museum. So the Unsa Memorial Science Museum is the first science museum that was ever established on the Korean land. So in 1925, the Japanese Government General of Korea established this museum to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the wedding of the Japanese emperor. So they were given the royal bounty of 178,000 won. So as you can see from its name, Unsa, it basically means that the emperor granted his favor in establishing this museum. And the model of the Unsa Memorial Science Museum was the Tokyo Museum, and a lot of the exhibits were materials that were related to modern lifestyle, but actually this the focus of the museum was actually to propagate a lot of the projects that were carried out by the Japanese government during the colonization period. There were a lot of science lectures and movies shown and expos and so on, and even those lectures emphasized the dominance of Japanese, like their eugenic dominance, and they had some elements of cult science in it. For example, they would say that the bulletproof jacket that the Japanese have made have this mysterious power to avoid bullets and so on. So the meaning of the Unsa Memorial Science Museum, of course, it is the first scientific institution that was physically built in Korea, but rather than propagating science ideology, it was a political space that was used to justify Japanese colonization and its purpose and the process of establishment and the impact that it had on the Koreans and the content and the materials of the science museum. When we look all into that, I don't think the Unsa Memorial Science Museum played the essential or the fundamental role of a true science museum. Nevertheless, in official documents that are published by Korean government, they just say that the Unsa Memorial Science Museum is the origin or the beginning of science museum in Korea. So in 2017, the Korean government published the Science and Technology History of 50 Years. And in those publications, official publications, they say that Unsa Memorial Science Museum is the origin of science museum in Korea. So I think we really need to clearly define the role and the meaning of the first science museum here in Korea. You know, Abraham Lincoln said the principle of democracy, of the people, by the people, and for the people. And that should be the purpose of the government. So if we apply that to science museum, the principle of a science museum in Korea should be of the Koreans, for the Koreans, and by the Koreans. And in that sense, Unsa Memorial Science Museum, yes, it is the first physical space that we can call a science museum established on the Korean land, but it was not for the Koreans, it was not by the Koreans. Therefore, regardless of what official papers of the government say, it is difficult for us to say that the Unsa Memorial Science Museum is the origin of science museum in Korea. And after Korea was liberated from Japan, the name changed into the National Museum of Science, or the NMS. Famous entomologist Cho Bok-sang was the president, and the famous butterfly researcher Seok Ju-myung was the head of zoology research. And a lot of organization inherited the legacy of the Unsa Memorial Science Museum and of the colonization era. And due to political and social confusion that occurred after liberation, there was shortage of budget. So we couldn't really change a lot of things in the museum. And as you can see from its name, it was really a museum that displayed the artifacts related to science and technology. And to resolve this issue, an act was enacted in relation to the organization of a National Science Museum in Korea. So in Article 1 of this act, it said the purpose of the facility should be to disseminate science. And Article 2 say that it will oversee scientific and research investigation and issues related to enhancing the dissemination of science, and the organization will be divided into General Affairs Office, Dissemination Office, and Research Office, and so on. So the Science Museum went under a reorg. So the Unsa Memorial Science Museum and the predecessors had the legacy of the colonialization period in both its hardware and software aspect, but I guess with the act enacted, the software somewhat changed. And like I said before, the official documents of the Korean government see Unsa as the origin of Korea's science museum. And it says that the purpose of Unsa Memorial Science Museum, But a paper says that because the purpose of an Unsan Memorial Science Museum was to assimilate Koreans as Japanese, we cannot see that as the origin of Science Museum. But although books and papers say this, the website of the National Science Museum say this museum was established first in 1949. And that in 1949, it was established as a national science museum. So there are some errors or mistakes made even in the official website and other official papers. So even in the paper on the establishment of the National Gwacheon Science Museum, it says that the Unsa Memorial Science Museum is the origin. So a lot of these papers are very confusing as to what the truth is. As explained earlier, this confusion stems from the fact that, well, actually, it stems from the fact that we are under a transitional period where we are departing from the legacy of the Japanese colonization era. But due to the Korean War, everything about the Science Museum actually destroyed in fire. Only the walls remained. So even the hardware of the Science Museum was destroyed, which means that Korea was able to fully break away from the legacy of the colonization period. And afterwards, after the war ended, the National Science Museum was newly established. So we used the same name, the name of its predecessor, but the building and the operation system were all changed. And in 1967 and 1969, like I said before, the act related to Science Museum was established, and even that act underwent a modification. So previously the purpose was to disseminate science, but now the new purpose, the modified act says its purpose is to research, exhibit, and disseminate basic science and natural science, and to integrate science into our daily life. And whereas it belonged to the Education Ministry before, it belonged to the Ministry of Science and Technology. And since the late 1960s and early 1980s, making science or integrating science into our daily lives was the key role of the NSM, and also a national project as well. The Park Chung-hee government of Korea pursued what it called the second five-year plan for promotion of science and technology, and it sought to popularize science and technology among the Korean people. And three institutions were in charge of this: the Korea Institute for Advanced Technology, the Korea Federation of Science and Technology Societies, and the National Science Museum. The role of the National Science Museum was to make exhibitions about science and technologies and to supplement school education related to science. So it had to engage in a lot of activities. But the problem is a lot of those activities had their limitations. First of all, I mean, this was a nationwide movement, but the lectures that were given by the science museums was actually given to students and not to the general public. The lecture for general public was established only in the 1970s, so late 1970s. So the national science movement that was conducted in 1960s and 70s was actually mostly focused on students. And whereas the purpose of a science museum is about holding exhibitions, I guess they kind of performed poorly in terms of giving exhibitions. So we did not actually make a lot of progress from the time when the museum was an Unsan Memorial Science Museum per se. So in the 1960s, the newly established Science Museum had the significance in that it was of the Koreans, by the Koreans, and for the Koreans. It was the beginning of that principle. However, as I pointed out earlier, its main function, exhibition, for example, was lacking. And in the 1990s, and to overcome that limitation at the late 1970s, they conducted a thorough investigation of the museum and re-established the purpose and the meaning of the museum. And one of that is that the museum would become the symbol of the nation and a growth engine of the nation, and also become a space that displays the culture and history of Korea as a science nation. And that it should serve also as a space where Korea would engage in exchanges with the international community in terms of science and technology. So that led the way to the creation of the National Central Museum of Science, which is the NSM that you know as today. And that's when researches pertaining to Korea's science and technology history began in earnest. And the National Science Museum has moved to Daedeok, Innopolis. And a lot of the facilities or agencies that are in Daedeok, Innopolis did not really connect to the public. But once NSM came into Daedeok, the area became more close to the public, where it would engage in close communication, for example, with the people. So this is an advancement of not only the Science Museum, but also Korea's science industry as well. So if you look at the origin and the history of the Science Museum in Korea, the history of NSM is in line with, or it occurred in parallel with, the advancement of science and technology here in Korea. And it embraces the historic pain of Japanese colonization and Korean War. And it also carried out the mission of its time, for example, reconstruction of the nation and economic development, and so on. And now it faces a new challenge of now leading the world as a powerhouse of science. So when we look at the origin of the Science Museum here in Korea, Unsan Memorial Science Museum, like I said before, had only a meaning in terms of its physical space, but it was destroyed in the Korean War. And I think, so afterwards, after the Korean War, when the National Science Museum was newly created, I think that could be called the true origin of the modern National Science Museum today. And the NSM, like I said before, played a lot of role in the advancement of science and technology in Korea. And when we are undergoing a lot of changes these days, for example, the fourth industrial revolution has arrived, and this requires a lot of people to integrate critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration. So we are now standing at the boundary of another change. So the National Science Museum is now at a juncture where it needs to seek on how it should change and what direction it should go to. So I went over my time, so I'm going to conclude my presentation here. But one concern I do have is that my presentation is my personal view. It does not reflect the official stance of the National Science Museum. I'd like to make that clear. Like I said, it's only been less than a year since I've been working at NSM, so I have not yet become fully integrated into the museum. I guess you can say I'm both an insider and outsider. So I hope that you will also do critical thinking when you're listening to my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Shin Hyang-soo. She talked about the history of the National Science Museum in detail. Now I'd like to introduce our second speaker. It's Young-Ju Ko, the chairperson of Daejeon Institute of Science and Technology for Enterprise and People. And the title of her presentation is Regional Role and Responsibility of NSM. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. And also I would like to thank you for the invitation, especially to discuss this topic of regional role and responsibility of the National Science Museum. Now, what I would be discussing today is, now, as I was at the Chemical Institute, I have done my research there, and I have also been doing a lot of work in the field of science, also coming to this institute. And then now I would just like to link my thinking and ideas on how we can further promote the role and responsibilities of the National Science Museum. Now, just now, the curator, Shin, has given us a very interesting presentation. So she talked about the origin of the NSM. And actually, I looked through the website, and then there is the year 49, and then year 62. I must say that I was a bit confused. So I was thinking, which could be the real origin? But anyways, thank you very much for the explanation. So yes, I got it now. But of course, for us to really establish the history still remains to be done. But what is important is that now it had been relocated to Daejeon in 1990 to be housed in the Daedeok Innopolis. And also Daedeok Innopolis is also globally active, and that is why I believe that they also began the symposium in 2010. And also the fact that it has been conducted annually without a miss for 10 years, that is also extraordinary. And then the fact that it is also coinciding with the 30th anniversary of its move to Daedeok Innopolis, I believe that it makes it all the more special. And also what is important is that, yes, of course, there is the NSM, but then there's also the National Museum of Korea and also the other types of, for example, the science museums in other localities. So not only the National Science Museum, but also the local science museums as well. And then also, as it welcomes its 30th year, I see that it has ongoing and even more vibrant communication with the local government of Daejeon. And also in its communication, I can see that it continues to think about the kind of role that it can play in this community, in this city. Now, of course, more recently, the path of technological development is moving toward convergence. And of course, museum is a place where we do just that. We have convergence and we have communication of such convergence. And also the Daedeok Innopolis now will be welcoming its 50th anniversary in the next 3 years. So now it is also undergoing the Daedeok Innopolis renovation project, and at the heart of this renovation is convergence and also local projects related to the Chungcheong province and the Daejeon city. So again, it's about breaking down boundaries. So I would say that the NSM also has to break down the boundaries and also further converge itself into the Daedeok Innopolis and with the city of Daejeon. So I believe that that is why we can say that we are standing at the crossroads or at transition, and it is based on that background that I have also prepared this presentation. And I believe that we, of course, have to focus on the area of science and also its importance in this region. Now, the Daedeok Innopolis, when it first started, it was just a national research complex, but then now, in the 2000s, now it became the Daedeok Innopolis and also housing businesses which are from the local area. So then, from a research complex, it has developed into more of an R&D complex, and also combining with the business complex, industrial complex. And also now in the current government, now so as part of the national agenda, Daejeon has been designated as the special city of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and then also the Science Business Belt has been initiated, which includes not only the city of Daejeon, but also the Cheonan, Osong, Ochang, Cheongju. So indeed, a belt. So then the regional boundary of the Daedeok Innopolis has been going away, and then also we see that the convergence of Daedeok Innopolis is also underway very rapidly. And at the heart of it all is the Fourth Industrial Revolution, innovation, and so forth. And amidst all this, I believe that the NSM can play the role of a catalyst of such convergence. And I believe that it can play a leading role in such convergence and breaking down boundaries. And now when we think about the science culture that we see plentiful here is that now when it comes to value of science culture, then we often think about objectivity, independence, creativity, evidence-based research. So if we are to apply the values of science to policy making, then we can also ensure rationality. So let's say, if we are turning like the society or also policy making into science, then again, this kind of a science culture will be very important. And also for the scientific researchers, why they do research. Now, in order to find solutions to the world's problems, or to win the next research grant. So between these two types of thinkings, I would say that what they do and also the outcome are also going to be quite important. So because of that, the science culture itself is very important. And also, again, the science culture itself is turning into culture. In other words, just like music, art, concert, or films, people are beginning more and more to enjoy science as it is. And also, we are now seeing the growth of citizen science, where the citizens are becoming more engaged in scientific research. And the students, the citizens, and to the societies. Now, this kind of science culture also gives them points for them the way to the future. Then how are we going to spread this science culture, and how are we going to put this into a better structure? So that is why I had been thinking about what I call the science culture platform. So this is something that I have designed, and I'm still thinking about this. But then, now in the science culture platform, we need to first have values. In other words, why we do science, why we need to apply science into our society, into our everyday lives, into politics, and why do I believe that if we apply science, then we can have a more rational discussion, and also how we can resolve the world and the humankind's problems utilizing science. So it's more about the why science exists. So value would be one important part of this platform. And second is the science education. Now, when we think about science education, then in a narrow sense, it might sound like just developing the next generation of scientists. But not only that, now to provide science education from when young to enhance their scientific creativity and innovation, and also to improve their communication in a more scientific manner, and also even in adulthood, to continue to learn about science, to maintain their interest in science so that they will be able to apply scientific principles into their everyday life. So the entire process is very important. And I would say that the NSM can and should be the forum of such communication and learning. And that is why we have to think about the science culture and also exhibitions. Now, exhibitions should no longer just be putting things in a certain place and asking people to come and see. Now, the exhibitions can be done on a remote area. So, for example, remotely, and it can also be connected to like the rural areas as well. So it does not have to be limited to the physical space. So we also have to keep developing the exhibitions in a way that would know no limits. And also, more recently, science is being converged into art, and that is why the science art is also gaining a lot of attention. And now for all of them to be sustainable, we also need to have the infrastructure for the science culture. And I would say that the NSM is one key infrastructure. And not only that, we can also have different types of programs in the infrastructure. So again, if we are to have this platform approach to science culture, then it becomes immediately evident that we can involve many more stakeholders and many more participants so that we can all move toward a better future for science. So I have listed these elements of platform in number, and if we link them all together, then they can create this science culture platform. So for example, the science culture value, how we can promote the values. Then for example, the Daedeok Innopolis and the Daejeon City, or also inside the Daedeok Innopolis between the academia and the research centers and the businesses, I see that the collaboration and the cooperation are getting stronger. So that is also the value of science culture. So, and also such collaboration can be for R&D, for the industry, or also for profits even. But not only that, but also to find solutions to people's problems. So for example, problems that cause discomfort to the people or problems that the socially disadvantaged are feeling. So are growing calls for such outcome of industrial, academic, and business collaboration to be used as solutions to our social and global ills. So for example, the climate change, how we can fight climate change with scientific development. So for example, the UN SDGs. So perhaps the SDGs can be achieved partly by utilizing science. So there is such a growing mindset and growing calls to do that. And also the Living Net project, where the local residents will take part in the scientific research to find solutions to their local problems. And also in that course, they can learn that, the science is no longer just an exclusive domain of the scientists or the researchers, but we can also do this. So let's do this. And we would also like to meet up with the researchers so that we can work together. And also at the Daedeok Innopolis, one good thing is that we have a lot of international cooperation. So for example, the symposium, which is in its 10th installment this year. So as the value of science culture continues to spread, then how the NSM is going to link itself to them, or how it is going to help further drive such a spread of the values. And now, second element, the science education becoming more and more important, because we see that the science education to young students is becoming more important in schools, and also the scientists are doing a lot of talent donation, for example, providing their public lectures and also mentorship. They also get a lot of media exposure, and also even for young children. So for young children's education, now they are also incorporating scientific elements to make it more interesting. And also the science exhibitions, we see that the exhibitions are increasing. And also the NSM programs, as well as the National Museum of Korea. Now they also have a lot of exhibitions that also incorporate elements of science. Then, so as we see the increase in exhibition space and also the exhibition contents, then how is the NSM going to accommodate them? And another thing that is important, and also where the NSM can play an important role, is the science art. So for example, Art in Space program. Now this is to have an encounter between the scientists and the artists. So this was also done by National Institute. Then also the Seoul Metropolitan Museum, they have also done something similar, where they put together the artists from Biennale and also scientists to discuss science and art together. And then also we see that many research institutes or even universities, now they are also providing space for such science art exhibitions and also creating a lot of programs. They also have the resident artists in the museum space to continue their collaboration. And also we see that many more institutes and museums are joining force. So this means that the city of Daejeon is seeing the enlargement of exhibition space and exhibition content that is not seen anywhere else in Korea. So again, the important question is then what the NSM can do amongst these changes in order to further help drive such change. Now then, what I would like to discuss next is about the NSM's role. In other words, perhaps it can play the role of a catalyst in furthering such convergence and also education. Because now when we see the different institutions in the Daedeok Innopolis, then there is no place where we can learn about and see the history and the background of the Daedeok Innopolis alone, the Daedeok Innopolis itself. Now, each institution shows its own history, but not about the Daedeok Innopolis itself. So, I believe that perhaps the NSM can provide such space to learn more about the Daedeok Innopolis. And of course, it would also be important for people to come to the museum to view them. But then also the NSM can go to them. So perhaps it can go to remote areas to provide such exhibition. It can also do other types of science programs by going to them. So if they can do these activities, then I believe that the NSM can also play the leadership role in bringing science and scientific information to people. And also not just a student-centric museum, but also citizen-centric museum can be a possibility for them to have something like a Living Net program or urban regeneration program. And also the smart city. Let's say in our move towards smart city, maybe we can also make space for the citizens to participate. And of course, we have science communicators here as well, but then we can also plan together for the different work and the different roles that we can play and also the citizens can play. And by doing so, we can also have co-development with the citizens at the same time. And also the Daedeok Innopolis research products or the research outcome, maybe the Science Museum can also play the role of a test bed, and because it has a very big strength as the convergent agent. So maybe the museum can play the role of such a testbed for the outcome of the Daedeok Innopolis. And last suggestion is, now since we have this symposium, but now maybe we can also expand this and also link this to other events in the Daedeok Innopolis. So for example, there is a science festival in the Daedeok Innopolis. Perhaps it can also be linked to them so that it can be made larger and also become a festival for the Daedeok Innopolis, not just on its own. And also when I go to like the UK or the Germany, then we see that whenever they have this kind of science festivals or events, then it's not just for the museum or the science center to do alone. I see that the entire cafes or the diners or the citizens, they all participate. And it really turns into a local festival for all. So perhaps we can also make that happen. I believe that at least the city of Daejeon can do that. So if the NSM can play a more active role, then perhaps we can also start something similar. So that is all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Go Young-ju. So she talked about civic programs as well as multicultural platform and his suggestions. Now we'd like to begin the panel discussion. We have 3 panel discussants. So we'll go in the order of the seating. Mr. Seok-bong Lee, Director of Hello DD, Ms. Hwa-sun Kim, Lecturer at Jeonbuk National University, and Ms. Ji-young Park, National Science Museum Monitoring Board Member. So we will now begin the panel discussion. Mr. Lee Seok-bong, if you would. Yes, thank you very much. It was very interesting. So overall, it was about raising the understanding of Science Museum, what direction they should go to. And overall, I could really empathize with what they said and agree with them. When we look at the history of science museums, it's about the fact that they go in parallel with the history, very history of Korea. So there's someone called Mr. Choi Young-seo, and commemorating the 100th day of his birth, a symposium was held. He's like the father of science in Korea, and what was dealt in the symposium is that the science history of Korea is now entering into its second generation stage. For example, the Korean Atomic Energy Research Institute was built in 1959, and it's been 61 years since it was built. So if we were to consider 30 years as the first generation, then I guess the Atomic Research Agency could be considered that it has entered into its second generation stage. But what was lacking is the archive. So when we ask the question, what is the role of a science museum? So we usually go to Munich and go to like the Deutsche Museums and listen to what the professionals have to say. And of course, exhibition is a must for science museums. And research and education, those three are essential for science museums to carry out. When it comes to research, I think we need to contemplate more on that. What I mean is that, so right now, Korea is responding very well to COVID-19, which has coined the term like K-quarantine or K-science. And we have played a new role in the area of science, and we're earning international recognition for that. But how well have we organized the history of K-science and the contents of it? And amidst all that, our first-generation scientists have all either died or are of a very old age. So how faithful have we been in organizing the materials that they have provided? Only their memoirs remain. So the voices of Mr. Che, for example, we don't have voice samples or materials on that. So Dr. Han of the Atomic Research Institute, or Dr. Che of space science, or Dr. Lee, who used to be a WHO Secretary General, and an engineer who laid the foundation for Korean economic and science, Mr. Oh. A lot of people like them played a great role in advancing Korea's science and economy, but we don't have voice materials or archives related to them. We're lacking those materials because when we have those things, we can make our storytelling of science in Korea more interesting. And we would be able to raise understanding of science in Korea and more clearly define what direction it should go into the future. So I believe that the area of research, which is one of the three responsibilities of science museums, is lacking here in Korea. And I think really the work of archive should receive more attention here at the NSM. And the National Science Museum, just as its name says, we have the Daegu, Bucheon, Busan, Gwacheon Science Museums, and we will have new science museums in Wonju, and we also have science museum in Gwangju. But we do have these science museums in each region. Nevertheless, the National Science Museum at Daedeok, Innopolis, is the central National Science Museum here in Korea. So of course, it is important that you work in connection to those regional national museums. And it is also important that you connect with the people in the community who don't have close access to science, culture. So I think those kind of efforts should be needed going forward. Science museums can raise people's interest toward science. So for the next 30 years, I think we need to set a new milestone related to that. And I know that the organization and the staff members here at the NSM have done a lot of work, and I hope that we will become the center of K-science going forward, that we can raise Korea's prestige in the global arena and also contribute to advancement of science across the world. That is my personal opinion. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. And now let me invite Hwasun Kim from Sunbuk National University. Yes, hello, this is Hwasun Kim, and it is a great pleasure for me to be here today. I would like to thank the organizers as well as those involved for the invitation. I listened with great interest to the two presentations. Now, Curator Shin's presentation looked back into the history of the NSM, and then also Mr. Ko talked about the value of the NSM today and also the role that it can play now and the future. So thank you very much for the study. And now I would like to read off of my script in the way of delivering my discussion. Now first about Curator Shin's presentation. Now she traced the origin of the NSM of Korea, and she mentioned that now for and by the people of Korea. She believes that that was the origin of the NSM. And also in the 1962, it was located in the Waryeongdong of Jongno, Seoul. And at that time, it had about 254 평 area of video room and so forth. But then now, it existed in name only and was not actively used. And then now, this was an extension of the National Museum operation that continued from the colonial era.
And then it was removed from the Education Ministry to the auspices of the Ministry of Science and Technology, and it reopened again in 1970. So it was opened in the same site. So although the location was the same, so its role that it played and the contents that it had were very different. It actually marked the beginning of Korea's National Science Museum in earnest, and that was the National Science Museum under the Ministry of Science and Technology, established in 1972. So that was also the basis of my research as well. And the function and the definition of Science Museum has changed throughout the times. And the Science Museum, as a museum, the main function it played was exhibition. However, later, it played a central role in providing education, for example, and became a science center. And when we see that, among the science museums here in Korea, the National Science Museum that opened in 1972 played both the role of a science museum and a science center, and it is the initial model of today's science museum, the modern science museum. So the role and the operation of the science museum in Korea, when we look at that, the 1972, that is the origin. The Science Museum that opened in 1972 is the origin of the modern-day Science Museum. So as Ms. Shin said, I agree with her. So the history of Science Museum in Korea is in the midst of a controversy, so we need to organize that. And when we look at the history of other museums across the world, the NSM here in Korea is at its nascent stage. When it first opened up, it was a science museum representing Korea, and a center of science museum, and became a role model for other regional science museums. And so its role, definition, and so on must be more closely observed to clarify them for the general public to understand.
And then now to Mr. Ko, I would like to raise the following questions. Now, in the initial days of the NSM, now it actually had the focus on centrality. So geographically speaking as well, it was located in the center of Korea. So for example, it wanted to create the kind of synergy by being in the center, and also it aimed to become something like the plaza that connects all the different scientific elements of Korea. Then now, after being established now and also being located in the Daedeok Innopolis, now it again tried to become the role of the Central Museum of Korea. So not just the Museum of Science, but then also the Central Museum of Korea. But then now, according to Mr. Ko's presentation, now he actually made a lot of proposals for the museum to play a role of linking together the different resources and the elements in the Daedeok Innopolis. So for example, how it can play the role of a testbed for the research here, and also to link to the festival in the Daedeok Innopolis. So now I can see that Mr. Ko focused more on the regional role of the NSM rather than its central role. Then do you believe that its role in the future should be a bit different from its original role, which was to be a central museum of Korea, but then to play more of a regional role? So is my understanding correct? Then also in relation to the topic of the symposium, now the role of museums in SDGs, and then when we look at it from this perspective, then do you believe that when it plays a role of when it plays a regional role, then perhaps it would be fulfilling its responsibility in endeavoring to meet the SDGs? So that is all for me. All right, thank you very much.
So the last panel is Park Ji-young, who is the member of the National Science Museum Monitoring Board. Hello. As introduced, my name is Park Ji-young. So I feel very honored to become part of this panel discussion. So as I wrote in my application for the monitoring board, I was born in 1984, and I remember coming here for a picnic, and now I am here again as an adult with my 6-year-old daughter, fulfilling my mission of coming here almost every weekend, visiting the NSM every weekend with my 6-year-old daughter. As other panel discussants have said, I think I can call this a public participation or civic participation. So I believe science museums have a big significance for people like me and people around me. So the Science Museum has provided YouTube videos, for example, to host the Science Day because of COVID-19, and we were able to take part in those functions in different formats. And so the Science Museum was very quick to respond to COVID-19, and that was very nice. But among all these social issues, we have some people who are called the digital vulnerable class. There is a big digital divide amongst people in society, and this issue needs to be dealt with. So not just people who are skillful with technology, but we need to focus our efforts on people who do not know how to utilize these technologies and provide help to them. So as Mr. Ko said, science education and projects in which science can be applied to our daily lives can be advanced even more by using this quote-unquote opportunity that COVID-19 has posed to us. Because of COVID-19, people around the world are now paying attention to scientific advancement here in Korea. And so going forward, I hope that the National Science Museum can more further advance its capacity in the area of convergence. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Park, for the contribution. All right, so now that we have heard from the three panelists, and now why don't we then go back to the speakers to react to the discussants' comments. So now perhaps 2 to 3 minutes each. First, Ms. Shin, followed by Mr. Ko.
As Ms. Kim said, the historical origin of NSM, I believe that it's in 1962, but she actually remarked that isn't it the 70s, not the 60s? But as I explained earlier in my presentation, there are a lot of inflection points when it comes to history of NSM. And in my presentation, I only talked about the 3 points, 3 inflection points. And the reason why I chose these 3 inflection points is because I wanted to point out the mistakes or some gaps that exist in official publications that are out now. So for example, some people say Unsa Memorial Science Museum is not the predecessor of the Science Museum and not the one that was built in the 40s either. So the one that was built in the 60s is the beginning. And from 1962, the Science Museum has advanced and made progress, and in the 70s it went under the auspice of the Ministry of Science and Technology. I actually focused my research on that for us to re-examine the significance of Science Museum. Anyway, thank you for your remark, Ms. Kim.
And then Mr. Ko. Well, thank you very much for the good remarks. So Mr. Lee Seok-bong and also Ms. Kim Hwa-sun talked about the role of the NSM and also how it is also still important for the NSM to continue playing a central role or a national role, and do we now have to switch the role to be more regional? But then now my focus today was not about the entire role or the role of the NSM in general, but then to strengthen one of its roles, which is regional role, because there seems to be a growing need for it. And also as we try to project the needs in the future, and also when we think about the trends in science and scientific projects, then it is highly likely that there is going to be more opportunities for the NSM to work together with the regional community, and also that can be a national asset as well. You know, in the Silicon Valley, there are important universities and also Stanford University, and it is thanks to Stanford University that the Silicon Valley is also prospering, but then they don't call Stanford University the local asset, it's a national asset. So I believe that the NSM can also work together with the community, but if such collaboration were to be linked to the rest of the country, then I believe that it can still be a very important national role, not just a regional role. And also this space itself, the Daedeok Innopolis, that is also a national asset. And the recent thinking is that perhaps we can also link this better to the regional assets so that we can turn this into a larger national asset. So we are now seeing such a shift in the national policy as well. So we also need to focus more on the region and the regional role so that it can actually boost its national role and also its central role so that it can become an even more important national asset. And also, if we are to further expand the regional role, then there could be more growing needs and demand for the space and its role. Then perhaps we also have to then think about the broadening of the space itself. But I have given this some thoughts, but then I guess this is not the time for me to go into that. But then anyway, so my point is that yes, we need to strengthen its regional role, but then does not mean that it should forsake its national role, but then as such its regional role could also spread to other parts of the country, and then perhaps it can come back and further boost its role in the nation. And also then ultimately we should aim to be more global. So of course the other museums are more locally intertwined, but then for the NSM, yes, on one hand, it should be firmly regionally rooted, but at the same time, it should also be playing a national role and also the role of leading this region to be more global. So that is the point that I wanted to make. And of course, we have the director here as well, but then now I believe that we have discussed a very important topic today, so I leave it to the director to really find a way to make this possible. All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Ko. So now then, following the presentations, we have also had the panel discussion and the speakers' responses to them. So now then, I believe it is time to conclude this session. So I would like to thank everyone for viewing this special session too. Now, as we grapple with the major changes wrought by COVID-19, I believe it is important for the science museums everywhere, including the NSM of Korea, to find a new role amidst these changes. Now, once again, I would like to thank all the speakers and the panelists and the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator, the speakers, and panel discussants. So the year 2020 marks the 10th anniversary of the International Symposium of Science Museums, and at the same time, it marks the 30th anniversary of the NSM's moving to the Daedeok Innopolis. So it is indeed a very special year. So through online, we were able to discuss various issues and tasks of year 2020, and we were able to get a glimpse of the direction that we should go towards as museum professionals. I feel very happy that these two sessions have served as a significant time. I actually believe that we would not be able to hold a symposium this year, but we were able to make use of various technologies and ideas to make the symposium more fulfilling this year. And I look forward to how I will be able to meet you in the future as a science communicator. And in this afternoon, we have the workshop program as well as a live Q&A for the COVID-19 special session. And today and also yesterday, for the past 2 days, at the Zoom online meeting hall, we had presentations of 126 academic papers, and we saw some really enthusiastic participants in that presentation. And like I said before, at 1 p.m., we will close the online voting of this video session, which is currently being held at our website. So please take part in that. Once again, I'd like to thank the participants of the symposium for your enthusiasm. And the outcome of the screening for excellent paper of the academic conference will be announced at our online channel and website at 5:30 p.m. So please be there to congratulate the paper writers with us. Then we'd like to say our goodbye now. Once again, my name is Kusujin, the science communicator at the NSM, and I'm also the online MC Kusujin. Thank you very much.
영어 채널 테스트 중입니다. 마이크 테스트 중입니다. 영어 채널 테스트 중입니다. 영어 채널 테스트하는 중입니다. 예. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning the workshop session of this ISSM 2020. I asked the participants to please prepare for the online workshop. Now, please turn your cameras on and mute your microphones. Thank you.
This is the English channel. This is the English channel test.
감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
국립중앙과학관 과학 커뮤니케이터 구수진입니다.
Hello, I'm Kusujin, the science communicator here at the NSM.
안녕하세요.
Hello. So once again, my name is Kusujin. I'm the science communicator here at the NSM. Until yesterday, we used the hologram technology so that me and the hologram image of myself co-MC the event. But since this session is a live event, I am here at the site MCing live. So I hope that you enjoy the COVID-19 special session that was held yesterday. It hasn't even been a day since we had the special session, and yet so many questions were given to the speakers or the discussant panelists. So we would now like to meet the four participants of the discussion. Mr. Walter Stavelas and Mr. Tipman Lim and Ms. Chevy Humphrey and also Mr. Michael John Gorman. It's very nice to meet all of you. So for the first time, we are holding this in a hybrid format, combining online and offline for the ISSM 2020, and a lot of people overseas are also here with us. Walter, how do you feel about coming here to participate?
From the first time when I was there, that's for sure. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This is new normal, and so we have to live with it, and I hope we will make the best out of it. I'm very excited that you have invited me, and I'm also very excited of the panel that I have and the people that have been accepting to participate in this conversation.
네,
Thank you very much. Then, with Walter's moderation, we could perhaps have a time to answer questions that were sent. Go ahead, Walter.
I've received a couple of questions in advance, and I may break them down a little bit. I'm first going to read the first one that I received, but then I think we should answer that question in sort of a sequence. So I'm going to read it as I got it. In the COVID-19 era, science museums are receiving more expectations and trust from the society, perhaps more than we are capable of. There is an increasing number of scientific issues that should be answered by science museums, like climate change and COVID. And it's hard to catch up with all of them. How can we reduce the gap between the social demand and our response time? So that's a few things in there altogether. So the first thing that I would say is in the COVID-19 era, science museums are receiving more expectations and trust. My first question is expectations and trust, is that the same thing to start with? And I think that we have discussed in the panel that we see an increase of trust in science. Does that reflect on the questions that the public have for the science centers that are open? Can you see that there is this expectation? PM.
In one sense, I would say yes, because science centers and science museums have traditionally established ourselves as a place to go to for explaining of science and technology related issues. So when COVID hits us, I think it is certainly biomedical problems. It concerns health, concerns science, concerns technology for detection, and also for validation and even for vaccine and drug development. So I think science centers and science communication, is good that people want to learn from us, because at least the students of that were the go-to place. So I would agree that expectation has increased, and I think we should take it as a good thing. Yeah.
So Michael, what do you feel? What is your experience in the museum? Do you see that the expectations of the visitors are different from before?
Yes, Walter, I would say that here, when we had the lockdown, people turned really to scientists themselves more than to science center and museums. So there were some scientists who became instant celebrities and had their own podcasts, and suddenly people had a real thirst for scientific information. And you know, because the museums were locked down at that time, it was difficult for them to address that thirst to the museums. And then when we opened following lockdown, we were pleasantly surprised that people really wanted to come to the museum. And I think though, and we've now gone into a second lockdown, unfortunately, since last week. So we had a new venue that was supposed to open last week, and the day before the opening, we had to cancel it, unfortunately. So we're back in difficult times here. But I would say that I think there's a huge opportunity for science museums and science centers to capitalize on this new interest in hearing from the experts. And I think there's a real chance for us, but we need to make new alliances with the scientific experts and with the universities and with the research institutions, so that we can have a more dynamic way to connect the public with these current topics.
I see, Chevy, that you agree with what Michael just said. So what's your vision on that?
I would agree. Well, we actually already started doing that during we started in March when COVID really hit. We started doing special talks with scientists, and we had visiting scientists from all other universities throughout the United States having to speak to the Phoenix residents so that they could feel engaged and actually feel real time to what scientists were saying about COVID and getting their questions answered. So we didn't take on a lot of that load ourselves. We partnered with other universities, with other hospitals, other research centers, and we actually brought those scientists through a virtual connection that connected with our visitors and with our stakeholders.
So let me be a little provocative here, because I understand that I have seen the new interest in science and the new trust in expertise. What I have seen also happening is that people do not necessarily understand that science does not know everything at the right time, and that understanding is a process. And there may be a difference between the trust and the understanding of the scientific process. So there may be another role there than just giving the scientific information. Yes? Who
Yeah,
wants to?
I will take that, and that is when we at the Science Center, we communicate not just with science, and in Singapore in particular, we are very. I hear a lot of echoing. That's why.
Yeah, it's difficult to understand.
It is a lot of echoing. Anyway, I'm saying that Science Center plays a role to I mean, lack of a better word, to educate the public about how to behave, how to take responsibility for your own personal hygiene, and how do you respect social distancing, and even to how to actually wash your hands if you put on your mask, how do you do all those things? Because when this first came out, people don't even know whether the mask should taste it one way or another. So we put up our booth to explain a lot of things, using color dye to demonstrate if you do not wash your hands thoroughly, you will see marks and stain. And that's where the microbes, the virus particles could be actually still with you. So we use those kind of live demonstration, just like the way we do science demonstration to illustrate proper behavior. So I think that is the added part about science centers doing beyond just talking about science, but also the expected behavior and the good, responsible way of handling the situation.
And let me continue to be a little provocative, right? Because we have a question Q&A and so on. So I have the feeling when I see how people react now, after 6 months, there seems to be a fatigue from the people to do all these things that you say, washing hands, wearing masks and things like that. And it doesn't help to stop the virus. So is science enough? is my question. Is the science explanation of what's going on through science centers or in other ways, science communication, is that enough to create that new way of behavior that actually is the only way to prevent the COVID virus of spreading? Michael.
Well, in terms of mask wearing, I think it was very interesting because, you know, when the WHO initially said that we shouldn't wear masks, I mean, that was the first advice from the WHO. And then when they changed later to saying actually masks, one should wear masks, that caused a lot of confusion in people, I think, in the early days of COVID. And I think that, as you said, Walter, people have this idea that science should be about facts and about certainty. And I think there was a really difficult moment for people to think, you know, many people couldn't grasp the idea that science is an unfolding process where the scientists don't know everything. I think that is really interesting because it suggests that we need to do a better job of really connecting people with the idea of science as process and as something unfolding. And I think so that people don't have this false image of science, that it's all certain and it's all known. And, you know, as we saw, also cause problems with the climate change debate. You know, when people think that science has any uncertainty, they struggle with it. So that's really all about the image of science that we communicate. In terms of fatigue, I mean, I'm not seeing fatigue with mask wearing in Germany. I think people have it's more become part of the, you know, the daily repertoire and the daily habit for people here. I mean, I think maybe hand washing, I think you might have a point. I think also the people have, all the discussion about surfaces, you know, it's less of a priority now in the way that people are discussing COVID transmission. So people are talking more about, you know, aerosol transmission and less about surfaces these days. So maybe people are picking up on that and less maybe paying attention to touching doors and so on.
Chevy, do you have to add something to this part, or?
No, I just think that we have a responsibility to help our visitors learn about the scientific inquiry process and explain why that process isn't rigid with sequence of steps, and that we can't be rigid. It's an iterative process, and we have to apply it to things that they find that are simple, like in cooking. Well, if you add water to a cake mix, but then you add milk to a cake mix, what is the different consistency in that cake? So you have to try different things and show them how the scientific process is iterative and it changes, and it's a fluid process. And so that's our responsibility to actually educate our visitors on that process.
Yeah, I understand that. Wait, TM, I have 3 questions, and probably.
Just add on, because you asked whether science itself is enough. I don't think so. I think we need to have rules and regulations, and that concerns human behavior and the struggle between individual freedom versus respecting others' life and choice.
Yeah. So the second part of that question is then, now we have these new expectations of COVID, but there are other like big things like climate change. Can we respond to all of that? And in another way do we have to prioritize the things that we're going to address? When we are after COVID, what will our strategy be to address the big issues? How will we prioritize? Will we speak about climate change or not? Or something else? Or will we go on with COVID? No idea about that.
I can start maybe, but I think that you know, climate change hasn't gone away because of COVID. The biodiversity crash that we're experiencing hasn't gone away because of COVID. I mean, what COVID has taught us is that huge behavior change is possible, and this is the huge lesson of COVID, and that, you know, if we can take what we've seen is possible with COVID and bring it to those other areas, I think we have, you know, we have a real chance. But as I said in the discussion, I think the link between these other problems and human health is a really powerful way to engage people with these issues. And if we can learn from the COVID experience and, you know, talk about climate change, not just as something abstract in terms of parts per million of carbon dioxide and so on, but really talk about how disease will be affected by climate change and so on, then maybe that's a new way to have the conversation.
And that's a very good segue to the third question, and I'm going to skip the second one and come back to the second one later, because the third question was exactly about that. And it says, the COVID outbreak has had positive impact on nature. It's someone who says that. In Italy, for example, canal water are way cleaner because of COVID, and has kept the tourists away, right? So Venice, much cleaner water and things of that. And other people give other examples of less pollution, less cars in the streets and things like that. So actually less industrial activity, less tourism, less transportation and all of that makes it, the air is cleaner, the water is cleaner and all of that. Do you think that science centers should work with the governments not only to inform about COVID, but about its effects to nature, and this way raise people's awareness on climate change? So that's exactly what you say. All these things are linked, and is there a way for us now to address that connection when we come back after the pandemic? So this, I like to have the idea of each of you, and TM, maybe you start. I always start on the top of my screen, TM, that's why you're first.
Thank you. Well, interestingly, during the COVID circuit breakdown in Singapore, because our science center, we belong to the government, we are under the Ministry of Education. So many of our officers were activated to deploy to the field. Now, this is something that Singapore believes in. That is, when we want to ensure safe measuring and putting on masks, we know that people can get sick and people do not want to do. So our duty, our officers actually went down to the field. They played the role of ensuring safe distancing. They also check on people that they put on their mask. It is not easy, but then because of all this concerted effort that we work closely with the government, we help to, in a way, maintain social obedience, so to speak, so that people are not creating all kinds of bad behavior and propagate the virus, because we believe that stopping the virus transmission is your individual behavior. And many of them are deployed to the field and in the park, in nature reserve, because that's where people used to gather together to and we actually work with them, and because of that we also work closer with our MPART, and I think that contributes towards also the biodiversity conservation, and they also observe that nature is indeed more vibrant. So yes, I agree that we should work closer with government for such things.
So Michael, you started that conversation about the links between climate change and biodiversity and the pandemic. So maybe just elaborate a little bit more on what you were thinking.
Yeah, so you're absolutely right that people really reconnected with nature in a powerful way during the pandemic. And we initiated a project, Biotopia initiated a project here in Munich called Dawn Chorus, where we actually got people to go out with their smartphones and record the sounds of the birds singing in the morning, because as you had fewer planes in the sky and fewer cars on the roads, there was a real chance to tune into that. And what we found was that people really became interested in their backyard biodiversity, in the the nature that was outside their house. And some people were under lockdown, so they could only record from their window or from a balcony. And this, we are also a government institution. Biotopia is from the Bavarian state. But we found that this got a huge amount of momentum. We had people worldwide, submitting these recordings, and it became a citizen science project, but also an art project, because musicians got involved and were using these bird songs to make music and so on. So I think that there is something really powerful here that we can work with, this renewed interest in local nature as a result of the COVID experience. And I'm hopeful that won't go away after the pandemic, that people will have discovered things about what's around them and will appreciate it, and then I hope will want to help to conserve it. And I think if you realize that you have 15 species of birds singing in your garden every morning, suddenly there's more of an interest in conserving that. And I think that's something that science centers can work with, and also governments.
Chevy?
Yes, I think there are 5 lessons from the pandemic and COVID to tackle climate crisis. I think the one thing that people have realized is science denial can be deadly, because if you're not trusting science, it could be deadly to your health. I mean, with the contraction of COVID. I think number 2 is the search for a cure is global, but your chances of survival are local. And local decisions really make a difference. If local legislators don't believe in science, that could affect your health. I think the third thing is individual behavior saves lives but can't fix the problem. And so we have to collectively work together. Both individual behavior change and systemic change are critical to addressing a global climate crisis. Humanity is capable of fast, sweeping changes. We are capable of these changes, but we all have to work together. And we're incredibly stronger when we work together. And the last piece, in the age of threat multipliers, the health of our bodies depends on the health of our planet now more than ever. And I think COVID really taught us that. And so those are some of the lessons that I would highly recommend us really taking into account and addressing with our audiences that we see every day.
Oh, I'm so happy that you make these points in that way, Debbie, because I was gonna try to go there in some way, because the question actually that as I understand it, is multiple levels, and the connection with nature and the need people to have a better relation with nature is part of that, but it also shows that human activity is actually directly impacting the environment in such a way that actually pandemics become possible, and there will be more of them in the future if we do not address that in a systemic way, as Chevy just said. I think that was your 4th point, right? And so I think, how are we going to address actually the connection between the pandemic, the biodiversity, the climate change, and if that is all connected, how is our strategy going to be in science centers to actually bring that message to the people and create that behavior that they really need, or that we all need?
I would like to go first on this. I think collectively, as science centers, if we work together and have a unified message on a global scale, we could actually be very powerful by giving that same message in our science centers to our communities. But we all have to pull in and do it together. That would be so powerful to our global community if we were on the same page with the same messages.
Chevy, why don't you take it on? So Michael, that's actually, you see, I understand what you say, and it's totally true. I thought maybe I didn't read the question well enough, but the question was more about the activity of humans, right, on all levels that actually trigger this equilibrium that is being jeopardized, and so how do we deal with that?
Well, I think it comes down to 2 words, Walter. Okay, it's a bit echoing.
Yeah, the sound is sometimes very difficult.
So I'll try and speak very slowly again. It comes down to planetary health.
I guess that is one of the side effects of the hybrid formula.
So planetary health, I think, is the key challenge for us, for our generation. Planetary health is this concept of bringing together the health of ecosystems and the health of human beings. but planetary health is something that really requires something like a science center or museum for people to understand, because it's these are wicked problems. These are complex problems. So, for example, if you look at food systems are deeply interlinked with ecological catastrophes. So, look at soybeans in Brazil, but they are also deeply interlinked with human health. So I think planetary health allows you to actually look at those two things together and how they're connected. And I really feel that the key challenge for science centers right now is to engage people with planetary health. And that could be food systems, it could be climate change and health, it could be toxicity, plastics. And if people can see these interconnections, perhaps propelled by COVID, I think we have a real chance. But I think be a big focus, and I want to sign up to Chevy's coalition on that as well.
No, and I totally agree with you. And I think when you look from it, well, in 2050 there will be like 10 billion people on the planet. How are we going to feed them? And are we going to feed them without disrupting the biodiversity balance that is already on jeopardy right now? Giving more food to more people, knowing what the impact of that is today on the planet. So we need to change a lot of habits and a lot of impact from people activity on the planet. And the idea of a healthy planet for healthy people is very nice concept. And so, Chevy, another point that I want to address with you is that the connection between the local and the global. And I feel that sometimes we focus so much on the local now, and be responsible in our communities, which is a good thing to do. But can we do that effectively if we do not bring in the global aspect and the global challenges from the planet?
Yes, I think that's one of the reasons why I brought up that if we have a collective message and all of us are participating, we can share with one another what's happening in our own communities so that we can help lift and raise everyone's community. And I think that's very, very important, that sharing of knowledge for one cause. And so and one of the things we do in our science center is we actually show a lot of science fiction movies about how people, if you look at some of these science fiction movies, you see how these communities all are looking and searching for a better, beautiful place to live. And we show those movies saying, this could be us if we don't take care of of the earth. This could be you. This could happen to you. And when they see that, they're like, wow. I said, it may be science fiction, but guess what? This could happen to us.
Yes, it is. So thank you. I'm looking to the time, and I have the second question, and that's directly to TM, because TM made an earlier presentation in the conference, and it was related to the technological methods to ensure safety of people in the museums when they come to the museums now. So the question is, do you think that museums will implement new technological methods to ensure safe visits to the museums? TM explained shortly about the method to ensure safe distancing among the participants with some kind of umbrella. Could you explain more about this, and do your speakers have any new, maybe yet impossible ideas to ensure visitor safety? And my additional question, because we don't have a lot of time, is how can actually the innovation actually create new museum practices after that? So TM, first you.
Yeah, I'll go quick, because when we reopen, we put our people to the front, and they put on fanciful gears to illustrate how far apart is one meter. And we converted an umbrella to become a spaceship. And we have somebody don a space shuttle. So when the visitors came in, they will encounter these people to explain to them, make sure you keep yourself apart like that. And it became a photo op because people found it interesting, and the impression stick. So that's a very simple way of just using props. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, so my general question then is, what do you see now in science centers as new practices that are triggered by the COVID situation? that might become new museum practices in the future?
Well, coating for antimicrobial is now the norm. And also, before you go in and out, you in a way scan for your body temperature and so on. So all these are now becomes a norm. And also providing sanitation and probably periodically close down to wipe down surfaces. These are the things that we are practicing now, and it seems like this is going to be a norm for quite a while to go.
So, Chevy, you mentioned earlier that you have a new relationship, and Michael also, that one of the things was the new relationship with the scientific community that may probably more intense in the future. Is there other things that you have been seeing recently? I know there is a lot of online things that are new, but is there something that sticks with you that you think will remain after as a new practice?
I think the part of the new practices is that we are going to be more in touch not only with our visitors inside of the Science Center, but outside of the Science Center. And what we're finding is that a lot of our camps, a lot of our outreach programs, we're actually reaching beyond even our own local communities. We have people participating all over actually the world. We've had some international science campers coming and explore in Arizona Science Center. So, I think the world is going to be flat and we're all going to be working together.
Can I stop here because I love it so much what you said, and we are at the half hour mark, and I will ask the organizers if that's okay if we stop here on this note, and I will thank PM and Michael and Chevy for this contribution to this conversation, and I like to thank the organizers as well for giving us the chance to have this dialogue in front of all your audiences and the conference, and I certainly enjoyed it, and I hope you did as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
네, 감사.
All right, thank you very much. So, following the presentations and the discussion, we have also had the live Q&A session. So, I would like to once again thank the 4 speakers for your contribution and participation. And with that, we are going to conclude this session. And now we will continue with the workshops in the afternoon, so I ask for your continued interest. Now, once again, I am Koo Soo-jin, the science communicator at the NSM, and thank you very much, and thank you to all.
you.